Hello, and welcome back. Sorry for that delay. Was organizing some stuff, and we've had a lot of technical issues this morning for some reason. I spent the last like 20 minutes troubleshooting something that I didn't have a solution for, and any solution I could think of that was more grand scaled was going to take like half an hour and restarts of my computer and stuff. So I kind of just couldn't be asked. So we're only on YouTube today. Apologies. It does suck when that happens, but it happens sometimes. It's been a good hot minute though since we've actually had any technical issues to this extent. It's the shorthand of it is because I want to be transparent about this. For some reason on Streamlabs, my restream option was like grayed out in a way that meant that I couldn't click it again after I oft-clicked it, because I always click it off and then click it back on before every stream, because when I do that it actually consistently links, or more consistently links, versus if I don't do that and it just more often doesn't link for some reason. Don't ask. So I might need to look into that and play around with that a little bit later today with some private stream things to try and figure it all out. But nonetheless, hope everyone's doing well though. Hope you've had a good day so far. Hope you're having a good one. I am... So, let me explain what's happened between last stream and this one, shall I? I have been going pretty hard on getting some stuff done. Now, what do I mean by that? I have been upgrading a lot of the weapons functionality. I've been doing a lot of cleanup across the board. There's a lot of little efficiency things that I've been sniping at as well. Getting assets and correct file positions and things to just do micro optimizations that are better to sort out now than later. Because it means that if I have a standard for them now, it means that generally speaking things will work a lot smoother and easier going forward. Now, the other thing I've done, and is the reason why I'm gonna probably, I don't know how long today's stream's gonna be. It's probably gonna be like 2-3 hours, maybe longer, depends on if I still have enough energy. I have been exhausted because I have had fuck all sleep this weekend. Now, why have I positioned my thing here? So this is my assets on the side here. For the most part, these are like the components, which are your sprites for the weapons and all that. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, you see, I've got Sakura Storm open at the moment, and that one's one of the ones we worked on ages ago, and I'm actually really happy with this one. It's a really cool animation. Everything above this has now been, in a sense, updated, has an icon, all of that. Yeah. And I'm not kidding, and these are icons that I put a lot of work and effort into, so some of them I'm not happy with. This one's one of the ones I'm not happy with. But then I have an occasional one. I actually posted this over on Twitter. There's a few assets of this one that I do want to tweak, but there's a few of them, and this is the one I posted on Twitter. I fucking love this. This is one of the new animations I added. It is... honestly, this is one of those times where I'm like genuinely proud of myself. I think I did that really, really well. There's all sorts of improvements. I mean, this is now like the demon claws. Goop more or less stayed the same, but got an icon. Like, again, a body pillow got updated to be slightly better res. It's more or less the original, but like just slightly better resolution to it all and design. Gush got its, I didn't change its sprite. I think it looked cool. But, I did give it an icon finally. Looks like I've been busy. Honestly, to give an idea, not last night, the night before, I slept like 2 hours. Because I've just been like that hard working on this. Like Idle Song got updated, so it's no longer just that block, it's now this, and I've also 9-sliced it, which, this is actually a really cool system, highly recommend this. If you ever get into this stuff, 9-slicing is very important. So what 9-slicing means is that this is where the box actually sits when you're adjusting it. What does that mean? So you see this little over here? If I drag this box, you'll see that it actually shapes like this, whereas if I was to, say, drag these out here, now it's adjusting the entire sprite equally. So by doing this, it means that the outside isn't affected the same way. So it means that it'll spread out nice and cleanly. This is what you'll do with UI assets a lot of the time. So if I've got like a border to a UI asset, I will make the border 9 sliced inside of it, so the border stays the same shape and consistency and it just gets stretched. It's quite a nice system. Hand reveal got improved. I had to make sure, this was the thing that I took the longest trying to make sure I got it right. Yes, the joke is the fucking like Iris Bay handhold. I had to have that as the reference. But now a hand reveal looks like this, instead of like weird white glove that just slams. I thought this looked a little bit better. That's not great. No, it's not. It's a bit more harking to what I used to be like, which, okay, little quick detour on this. I used to be horrendous for my sleep. I would sleep like maybe 3 hours a week at one point of my life. I did that for years. I was not in a good condition. I was barely functioning in a lot of ways, but it was fine because the job that I had was just like variance between like 5 to 12-hour shifts, and I would just come home, play like Warframe or WoW, whatever it was, and just be brain rotted dead. It was horrendous. Not recommend. Sleep is very important. I normally am very, very intense about making sure I hit my sleep times. I go to bed early and wake up relatively early, very old man-like, but I've just been burning at both ends at the moment. But yeah, like ink sprayer as well, so the splotch now looks more like this, which I think looks a little bit nicer overall. This is the drop, this is the icon for it. Again, a lot of icons, a lot of stuff. That is what we're going to probably work a little bit on today as well. Now, I've also fixed a few of these weapons, like I said, getting a lot of like cool tweaks done. Iron Mike I haven't touched because I'm going to be honest, ever since I did this, which was fairly early on, I've never really thought of something that can replace this. I thought this fucking ticked the boxes it needed to. I do think it was probably an unnecessary amount of frames, and I could have probably done this with less, and made it look good for that, because it's what, like, there's like some of these frames are very much the exact same thing in a way that I don't know if I agree with, but it looks kind of nice overall. I just was doing this one this morning, so we've got that as the thing, and now this is the icon to it, which I like this icon a lot more. And yeah, I'm working on this one at the moment. In fact, I've literally got it up. But like, yeah, again, sprites for these. Hanabi, I'm actually really happy with this one. I like the wand. The wand I'm really happy with because it used to be like quite trashy by comparison. I don't think I've got the original anymore because I've just deleted it. But I'm sure like someone could go through the streams and find it. But like, yeah, so now Hanabi is like this looking instead of like the weird shitty looking firework thing. This is what it looks like now, and this is the explosion. Now the explosion could be improved a little bit, but and then this is the icon for it. What else have we done? Aura Slash hasn't really had any more upgrades. I do need to finish the cleanup on the attack animation though. Trident got its icon, which I did this last week. This one I'm actually kind of happy with. Some of it I'm not happy with, but it's pretty alright. Nonno's Feather has been like, I mean, it had the default icon. It's been my default icon for the longest time. Oh, also body pillow icon. I think I got that one correct. But yeah, like goop icon. I actually spent a good bit of time on this one, making sure I got it really nice looking. I think this looks kind of quite good. Yeah, like I spent a lot of time working on these over the weekend, so it does mean that like if we go into game, a lot more of these things have icons now. They look way prettier. YouTube save body pillow. To be fair, again, it's the joke I have with it is, again, if anyone has like seen Dakimuras or anything like that, this is what it looks like when you're swinging it. This is the icon. It is supposed to be the joke of the icon is the other side. The less I want to show my friends side. Which I thought was a cute joke to make. But no, I still think my favorite animation is the creative slash fiction now. And it works really well for the way the weapon functions. It does need some cleanup still. It is one of the main weapons that needs some cleanup. You'll also see here, so this is some of the stuff I was talking about, there's texture groups. It's actually a very interesting system. However, I've fucked around with it and it basically should mean that certain things load a little bit more cleanly and efficiently. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button there. Go me. Like, ironically enough, I don't think I actually want to change this for a long time. I might do a little cleanup, but I actually like it looking quite stupid and derpy. Something I realized after like doing a lot more testing is I actually kind of like it being derpy. I just might do some basic cleanup to it to like this wing on this side here to make it look a little bit nicer. Also, my friend has been awesome and he has followed through with some of the stuff that I asked him to get sorted. One of the main ones is now we have the sprite here on the mirror is the same sprite as the one on this mirror, which is quite cool. Yeah, it's one of those like micro adjustments that there's an argument to be made I shouldn't be doing it, but it's a precedence I've now set that means long term it's easier to sort out and organize. But yeah, so here's Mary, and I just want to show his weapon animation in-game because it's one of the best weapon animations we have now. So again, you'll see a lot more icons, but his weapon's fucking gorgeous. Like, I'm genuinely really happy with the animation of it. But yeah, now we've got like more assets that look a little bit better. So again, it's one of those, I'm just quite happy with a lot of the changes I've been making. And I've been doing a lot of bug fixing across the board while doing this as well, to just kind of generally make more improvements. Because the best part of doing these kind of cleanups, like we've been doing, is it means I can actually point at bugs that I might not have noticed. Let's see, where's... Oh, good old Ink Doggos, that's another one that's really nice. That's, again, it's one of those sprites that I want to tweak a little bit, but I think that the little fucking derp doggo is kind of fun. I've also added this. I don't know if I added this last week, but we have stats in here now that I can better look at. I think I did add that last week. I don't know. I added it for testing purposes. And it's been really, really helpful for figuring out a lot of the things going on. But yeah, fucking creative slash fiction is really, really nice looking now. Its functionality is more or less the same, and it's really funny how much that's just still improved the weapon. Like, it's a weapon that I thought was really bad, but I guess it's just because the area and the visual for it were both not great, because the old slash animation was the original slash particle I made back when, like, there was literally no characters in the game. So that's a bit of an improvement. But yeah, like if I force levels as well. So one of the bugs I actually found in the game, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show it very easily without switching characters. Let's switch characters quickly. Was the functionality for Juniper. Is her passive her item wasn't working correctly. I fixed a lot of these as well. Also her... Oh, hello. Those haven't been purged. I will fix that. That is a bug that I haven't realized, and I know exactly what's happening there. There's a very easy answer for that. Room swap. So the upgrading occurs there, right? Yep. So what I need to do is I need to create all of these. Room start. Yeah. Yay, bug testing. Honestly, again, it's the perpetual task that I will always have with this. And I cannot stress enough, this is why, like, my weekend was insane, because most of those weapons that I've done assets for, I did bug testing and bug fixes on. There's a lot of items, weapons, everything that I was doing testing on, to just find what was going wrong. At the moment, I am just doing my big quality cleanups and all these things, because for the next update, there's not much left to do. Like, genuinely. There's some statistical changes that need to be made. Oh, can I just... I know we've already, like, shown this, but I've done more testing with it. And, like, oh, I love this fucking weapon now. Nana's feather actually looks phenomenal. Anyway, so what we want... Okay, so... Yes, I do need to do some tweaking to this. That's fine. That's one of those things. But yeah, so this now changes only like the one animation, and turns out the stats weren't actually getting applied correctly. So we can look here, there's cooldowns 104%. That is correct because we are level 4. We're also getting 2.08 movement speed. That's correct because you get double. Oh, you get 1% per level to all of these values. That's fine in my opinion. I think that's correct. Walking speed. The reason why it's 0.08 is because you start with 2 base movement speed, right? 2 times 4 is cool. But like it correctly goes and updates now. You can see again, 5% down there. It's a little hard to see on it. And then walking speed is 2.1 now. And if we hit Multiholic again for the final one, you see that there is now 6% area, 6% cooldown rate, and then 12 there. You may not think that's big. There was a mistake that it was still using an old statistic. For its level reference, and then the math behind it was really fucked. Because it was really old design, and there was less error checks. Because there was a mistake that could occur where you would lose stats permanently. If I go into items, I can explain it very, very easily by the error check that I have. It's very, very simple concept, so don't get too scared. Simply put, so the math now is as simple as just this value like this, and then I also have current level here as a temporary variable. So we had this here before, but what we failed to do was this part here. So what this is this is using the amount number in the code, because I decided not to make another variable. I just want to use amount because it makes sense. What this checks for is basically if the amount thing has been checkboxed, then it knows if it needs to trigger this stuff, and also increase the amount, so this will occur next time. Because it's basically, if this is not 0, it starts at 0, so it just means that if it's ever above, if it's 1 or above, cool. Then the next one is if it's 1, if it's literally greater than 1, so same argument. Why we do that is because these were getting minused regardless at the end. If this so on its first trigger, it would lose the amount that it could possibly buff by, and then any additional buff later, like any additional levels, would then be added. So if you were, say, level 10, you leveled this up, you would lose 10% of something, and then you'd gain 1% on level 11. That may seem a bit complex, but the point is, really bad. That was on me. I fucked that up. We've also, it's the first one that I actually added it to the skill cooldown system, and it works perfectly fine, as you could see in the game. So really, really happy with a lot of these changes that are getting made, and I'm really glad because it's a lot of efficiency as well that this gives me. Now, there's one thing we'll just quickly test, because that was the error that we saw a second ago, that I actually just didn't test it then. We need to equip 2-3 weapons. We'll be fine, easy. But yeah. No, I'm really, really happy with the progress I've made this weekend, but I'm also like, I need this update to be done soon so I can just kind of like take a week away from like excessive programming, because as it gets closer and closer, it becomes more and more difficult to try and distance myself from it. Okay, so we're just looking for any random weapons. Cool, we've got our weapons. So, exit, run, restart. Cool. Fixed. So, yeah, simply put, what was happening is that when you would leave, this wouldn't reset. This wouldn't get cleaned up. So your weapons, items, all those sorts of things, they would just carry over. That was that quick issue that we saw there. This is an issue I'd solved in the past, many different ways. But this actually makes it easier to solve. Because this is just, yeah, it's simply just reset the shit as we move between rooms. Which, there's no moving between rooms that should need to save this data. And if there is, I'll make a system for it. I mean, there's an argument I can just make that it's like, if it's not, if it goes into the lobby or something like that, it'll do this instead. And that could be an argument there. But that's kind of the point, right? It's like, this is super simple. Oh. But yes, I'm very, very, very happy with a lot of the progress I made this weekend. Because I was also working on a bunch of other things. And I'll hopefully see some of that come to fruition very soon. I apologize that I probably seem very energetic today. It's because I have actually been... Again, I'm excited, but I've also been having caffeine again. Which has helped a little bit with some of my staying up excessively late. Because, yeah, I finally got my my order, so this is one of the sachets, the free sachets of this drink. This is, what was this one? It's Badger's drink. It's Guacamole Game of Fart 9000, that one. It's actually quite nice. But no, I ordered Shy Lily's, like, a pot of that at the end of last month. Because you could get the free drink cup thing if you did. Which I got, like, the Scientist, I think. It's cool. It actually looks really nice. It's on my shelf in my room at the moment. Ugh. But yes, so I will say, this sprite might not make sense for the way that the weapon currently works. For, if we go, just like close up a few of these. For this weapon, makes for interesting convos, it really does. So for this weapon, it currently is basically just, it appears, hits in a direction, that's it. I don't like that. I want to do something different because we have too many weapons that are like slash or something right in front of the player. We were seeing that a little bit while I was playing Mary a second ago, is if you get Body Pillow, Creative Slash Fiction, and Sakura Storm, that's all basically just shit in front of you. That's it, right? And now that I moved a non-feather away from being kind of like a general thing, I don't actually quite like the idea of having more of those, so I want to change the functionality of it, and that's why this design looks a little bit different than just a tentacle going outwards. But yeah, no, fucking, I'm trying to think, the other branded sample pack I got is, was it Titty Milk? Whatever? And I'm just like, I don't know if I want to try. There are some of the branded names that they have that's just like, I don't think I can explain this one in public, can I? Like Guacamole Game of Fart 9000, that's a great one to explain to people, because it just makes no sense, and that's the point. And Blowhole Blast, you can kind of get away with just like not concerning too many people, which by the way, I really like that one. But yeah, no, then there's like Anime Thighs, I think was one of the drinks that's newer. It's great. I love them. It's so good. Also, I want to just say something that's really funny to me. So I'm taking tomorrow off from streaming. You want to know why? And it's just like the most weeb VTuber bullshit again. Is Aura is having her 1-year anniversary, and I'm like, I have to turn up for that. There's no way I don't turn up for that shit. I feel bad enough that I'm not on her like at her live streams often enough, but I have to turn up for the year anniversary. I was there when she debuted. I was there when they advertised the position. All that stuff. I mean, she's one of the first times I got to interact with a VTuber around this game. So there's a lot of positive things. She's a very awesome person. So is her manager. Really, really love Quick, I think, is it? No. Yeah, it's Quick, right? Q-U-I-K, I think is his name. I could go look at Discord quickly and see if I can find his name quickly and remind myself. Yes. Q-U-I-K. Gotta love that shit though. Very passionate individuals. Awesome thing. So, let's talk about the change to this weapon then. So, we already talked about what the weapon was before. What the hell is the weapon now? Well, how do... I'm thinking of making it a kind of turret. Because there is a mechanic in the game that is underutilized at the moment, and I do want to do something about it. And that is duration. So there is a system in design that is duration. There is stat duration, yada yada yada. We had Alawi in Swarm kind of be a really interesting idea of showing like a duration tanky thing. I still think Alawi was really a miss on the a lot of the stats. I think she was way too weak. But I think the idea of having that sort of thing was cool. Get there for being your OG. Following mine from 2018, trying to be best way on top. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, there is a few VTubers that I have like a clear connection for, that I truly just kind of absolutely adore them for their personality, for all of that sort of stuff. Aura is one of them. I think when she was debuting, we'd already done the design for her. When she did Rambit, I also immediately did something for it. She's one of the earliest characters that I had like a lot of design for. And the fact that she is intended to be one of the poster characters for this is like kind of maybe a big showing of how much I actually really look up to and think she's an awesome person. I mean, fuck, I had a little chat with her on Twitter today about tomorrow. It was fun. Again, it's... I kind of like that side of the streamer community and environment, right? Because being able to interact with these individuals in a nice casual setting helps create a situation of you actually understanding this is a person. Now, there is the parasocial nature of that, right? Which I've talked ad nauseum about, the concerns of parasocial in terms of streaming. Which always, yeah, there's just no way of that ever going to be okay, right? Okay, so that's gonna have to be kept like that. So let's go back to this layer and... Alright. Pretty sure I can get rid of that now. Yep, cool. So this is gonna basically be kind of like a pea shooter from... what's it called again? Plants vs. Zombies. Yes. No, parasocial relationships are a really, really rough time, right? Because we're in an era where it's becoming more and more common. It's a system that existed before, but like with streamers and content creators and stuff, it's really difficult because, in a sense, like this is a perfect example. I see Mono as a name, there's a person behind that, I know this, but at the end of the day, like, that's as far as it goes, whereas you can see me, you can see where I'm sitting, you can see the stuff that I'm doing, you can see me explaining and talking about my day-to-day life and general stuff. That is what you would do with friend, family, all that sort of stuff in a sense. But that's, like, kind of, it's a wall where I post all of that stuff, but the wall's kind of almost one-sided in a sense. Like, I get stuff slipped under the wall or slipped under the door, but that's it. So that's the difficulty of it, right? I was born before, just before the internet. Yeah, I kind of understand that as well, right? Like, I grew up with, you just watch TV, stuff. And I guess maybe the best example I can give is that you'll probably understand this then, because you've got that sort of same era knowledge. What we used to do is we'd used to like watch TV and movies and go like, I want to be like that character, and then we would do like, we'd have like a month or so where we're basically just trying to be the same as that one dude we saw as a villain or some shit, right? I remember trying to be fucking Spike and Angel from Buffy. Not the later seasons, no, that started getting a bit weird. But like I remember trying to do that. I mean, like I did dress heavily gothic for a long time. But now we don't really have that per se. Now we have content creators taking that slot, in a sense. As now people have a person that's a person, not a character. But the problem is that we've not quite figured out that technically it's a persona. It's the persona that they have for streaming. It's not to say that they're always like that or that they're not always like that, but it's that that's how they present themselves in this environment. That's not per se something that we should follow. But we still hadn't figured that out with TV when this had come through, in a sense. Just something I kind of sit there and think about this from time to time, if you're wondering. Because I just don't see there ever truly being a correct answer to it all. But I do like content creation, and content creators out there a lot. The ones that I follow tend to be very transparent and human. It's the thing. Or they tend to be just really enjoyable characters. Again, like that's why VTubing's awesome, because VTubing is a person being able to put on a character. They're able to differentiate their persona from their person much, much more clearly. The problem is that there's just those people that can't quite make that difference yet, and that's often younger audiences or very desensitized individuals. And COVID really did hurt that as well, right? Like the ability for people to kind of comprehend that and understand it. I'm not going to say that like people are wrong for these things. I just wish that there was more stuff out there to help people understand that. It's where I'm actually upset the direction stuff like Twitter has gone, because Twitter used to be a great place for people to be transparent about more of their life and stuff, so people could humanize with them better. But now you do that, you'll likely get witch hunted, and that's kind of shitty. In short, don't be an asshole, people. Respect the person on the other side of the screen as best you can, and hope that they do that back. If they don't, then leave. Or if you enjoy getting insulted. I mean, there is a place for those kind of content creators, right? Oh, I say that, I immediately get reminded. We all know the one I'm gonna... Once I say the one line, everyone's gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. $5 a month. That shit, that aggravates me so much. Like, sure, people watch that. Some people want to watch that, but like, holy shit, I hope to God that was like the persona that they had for their streaming, and not what that person actually thinks, because that is foul. That's that mentality that you get with like what we all complain about with content creators that just like believe that they're entitled to. Oh god, you know what? I think it was over the weekend. There was like a content creator that just ordered a fuck ton of like they were at an all-you-could-eat place, and there was a rule they had for lobsters or something like that. It was like at a casino, and it was you can only have like one lobster per plate. And this dude would go up, load his plate, get a lobster on it, one lobster, finish the rest of the plate, and then go back up again, leaving the lobsters there, and came back with like almost 20, 30 lobsters. And he was getting told, you can't do that. And it's like, well, that's not what the sign says. It's like, look, you need to finish these lobsters, and then you need to leave. We'll let you finish them, but you need to leave. That's the end of this. And he's like, how dare you, and all this shit. And then he like made the video where it's like, the staff were like super rude to me and all that shit. And I'm like, dude, you can get fucked. You are actively being like a little shit, and you think you're okay doing that just because you're in it. Nah. If you had pre-organized all that shit with them, maybe. But yeah, technically I'm virtual, but only because I refuse to use a camera. I don't play a character, it's just... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's kind of my point with... You are able to do what you want. It's not to say that your online persona is not like your real person, but it means that you've got that safety net, right? It means that you, as you say there, it's like, I use a nickname because of privacy concerns. I mean, I think my real name's been shown and talked about on stream a couple of times, but surprisingly enough, Malith is not my real name. Malith is a character I wrote back in fucking high school. And I just like the name, and I've never really... and I've just kind of used it for video games and stuff for ages. And that's it. Most corpos do get to play. Yeah, most corpos do, to an extent. But, like, that's also not a bad thing. Again, that's kind of my point that I was making, is that, like, that's cool. It means that you get to play a role. It basically is, like... being a anime voice actor in a sense without having an anime you're locked to. It means that you get to kind of control the character that it is. It's, think of it like a D&D session in a sense like that. It's you're playing a character, so you get to sit in that third person position of I'm here, I get to dictate what the character does, and that means I can put in like that extra effort to make the character more obscene, more interesting, maybe. Not to say you can't be interesting otherwise, but that's where like that coolness kind of does come in, and I like that. I think it's a really important thing that like is becoming more and more popular in the modern day, and I think that's awesome. Actually, you know what I'm gonna pull up? Plants versus zombies. So I need to look at the pea shooter in this for a bit. See kind of like what am I looking at for this idea? Pea shooter. Come on. What is the animation that they have? It's like just a slight bob, right? It's cool. People love VTubers do because they... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's... I think that's where I personally sit with the charm of what a VTuber is over a normal content creator, is because they can be a personality in a way that isn't normal. Doesn't mean that I don't like general content creators. I mean, I still watch, I watch Roffle, right? Which I think is an awesome Hearthstone / card game in general content creator. He does Balatro a fair bit at the moment, sorry. And I just enjoy him because he's a very nice, relaxing individual, thinks through a lot of things, and he's actually just genuinely an awesome guy. sent him messages before, and he's always been very, very kind in response to them. To be fair, most of the messages I send is like, thank you for your content, because you're awesome. But like that, right? It's okay. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure Brothel doesn't really put that much of a personality on when he does the streams either. He seems just like pretty standard. I just want to see kind of how it shoots. Why is it so hard to fucking find a gif of the goddamn thing firing? Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, so that's what it looks like standard. That's good. So we have a reference point for that. Open image in new tab, so I can just use that as a reference. This is... That's not what I want there. Just want to see it shooting. Why is it so hard to find what I would consider very simple and basic of a thing to have had it in the game? Seriously, no one actually record just what it looks like shooting? Like, surely. Why is it so hard to find a goddamn thing like that? I just want it as a reference. I don't want anything else other than that. Don't make me go and fucking download the game just so I can see it. Let's try just searching with animation and seeing if we can find something from it there. Ah, yes. P shooter. That's not stuff made of nightmares. Dude, I'm not ready for the hyper-realistic ones. What the fuck are that? See. I mean, that kind of is what I'm looking for, in a sense. Because okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to have an idle, and then I'm gonna have to have a shoot animation, right? It's gonna be the best way to do it. It's pretty much that. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's pretty much this. I probably don't want the So it's just kind of like looking at this general thing. So it moves back, forward, back, forward, back, forward. Okay, so what we're gonna need... Let's work on... Okay. Let's work on the shoot animation, then we can work on the idle animation, because the idle animation is going to be significantly easier. And it will pretty much be just, we'll use this as a baseline. So, if this is what the thing will be, then we're going to need next frame is, say, this part of it would need to come back a little bit. And then this part of it would need to kind of come up a bit and rotate slightly. And maybe shrink the mouth a little bit. Then Alt New. And then like one more pushback of this. One more raise of this. And then this basically closed. And then the fire, which is going to basically be yoinking this. It's probably the best bet. And we bring this part hugely rotated and forward. And then we bring the general thing forward actually in the process. So we need this part to come forward a little bit and rotate a little to accommodate. Same with this. Rotate the segment a bit. Yeah. That actually doesn't look too far off from what we want. Sure, it needs obviously cleanup, but... I actually think that that's kind of on point. Yeah, okay. So let's do our cleanup then. No, we need this to stay small, so try and do that. And then a bit of brush here. I'm not sure of the use case, but if it doesn't look right when it's in game, maybe adding a recoil frame. No, I do not disagree with that at all. The rationale as to why I haven't so far, and honestly, no, straight up, I should. I 100% think that that's correct, having a recoil frame. I'm gonna get these frames sorted and clean these up, but then we'll add a recoil frame. Just one for now. Because then we've also got to do the idle, remember. And the idle's gonna be, it needs to flow from recoil to idle nicely. Basically, the short answer is it needs to kind of go from this frame to this frame nicely. So what we would probably do, actually, yeah, let's just start quickly doing it, is that this would need to rotate down a little bit and come down here, and then, oops. This would need to, in general, come down just a little bit more like that. Oops. Yeah. There you go. There's the one recoil frame that actually, again, I 100% agree. A recoil frame's probably the correct thing to have. Because even just this is a correct, more or less, cycle range. If you saw that repeating outside of the, in a sense, thing, yeah, no, 100% better. Keep in mind as well, we can control frame rate with the game as well, so we can play around with this even further. No, it shouldn't probably be a light pink for this. Like, what do we think goes in here? Super dark? Like that? Do that. Ooh, no, that needs to come up a little bit. There we go. Alright, good suggestion with the recoil frame. It's what I will admit, that's one of those things that I forget to think about immediately. Cause it doesn't come to mind as obviously. At least for me. Again, not an artist or animator by choice. Purely by necessity of making the game. The fact that I'm still as proud of the, what's it, animation? The fucking creator / fiction one should indicate how much, like, I'm clearly not an animator. Like, I like that. It's nice. Always struggled with pixel art, but it's always cool to see. Yes. Oh my god, yeah, no, like, again, want to stress, I used to be an artist back in, like, high school era. Like, we're talking 10 years ago, easily. Or over 10 years ago is, like, when I stopped doing art. Because I had very negative stuff. I've posted about it on the channel before. There's some shorts that I made that, like, encapsulate everything I could say now far better. And I got told by a lot of people that they really understood that feeling as well, which made me a little upset that it's more common than I was hoping it would be. but like I'm a programmer hugely, and now I need to do art because the game requires it. Yeah. There we go. That there needs a little bit of... Keep in mind as well, while you're seeing me do like a lot of these like miniature tweaks, a lot of them you're never going to notice, but I care. I care way, way too much, which is why the art takes forever. So I think we need to add in a little bit of a... No. It's great to care. It's all the small details that tie together in the end. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, some of the games I've been most impressed by are those little details that I see them do. I mean, you have no idea how often, it's like... Okay, I want to stress, anyone that's ever done any game dev will kind of understand this. Once you do game dev, you look at games very differently. There is little details that I notice as a game development perspective that I see in games that I'm like, you're awesome for that. Sometimes it's just like how a gun you hold interacts with a wall, right? You have no idea how much, like, you'll notice a gun kind of nudge backwards or something like that. Like, you'll see that the model moves a bit back because you're too close to the wall so the gun can't fit there, or they'll move it a bit further forward, stuff like that. Those, oh my god. The amount of effort to add that is quite a bit sometimes, because you need to have a specific style of rigging to really enable that, or you do that shit manually. Both ways are really, really unnecessary, but add that, like, last little bit of detail that really cleans up a game. Completely unnecessary in most cases, though. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm actually really quite impressed with that. That came out a lot better than you... And in such a short amount of time for what it is. Okay, details like that over photorealistic graph. Yes! Oh my god, yes! I fucking... Look, it's all good if you want to make a game that's absolutely visually stunning, but if you make a game that feels absolutely stunning and everything about it flows nicely, that will immerse... Like, I feel that immerses a player generally more than just making a hyper-realistically, visually stunning game. All cool if you want to do that in addition, and it is very, very cool to see some games push those boundaries, but that's that, like, I think I've made the argument several times before of, like, why I don't like open world, is because that's kind of what they are. An open world is like, no, we just need to make a bigger open world. We've started straying away from that now, but like that was a big thing back in like the 2010s, right? I think we can all remember that era where like every game was, no, we've made a bigger open world than the previous one. It's like, I don't care. You've made a bigger world, well done. You've now created a larger file size and basically the same amount of content. So I've got more empty space and basically hidden load screens by moving from this location to this location and nothing happening between. Woo! Love it! Dude, I feel like I could rant for days on end about my problems with open worlds. Do I think they have a place? Yes. Do I think Ghost of Tsushima is a great game? Yes. But it does things correctly. Makes a fairly lively atmosphere, all that sort of stuff. Do that shit, people. Don't just make an open world because open world. Okay, what should the base be colored? Should it just be pink, or do we make it a special color to... I've fallen into that trap of wanting bigger open worlds. Yeah. ETS2, for example, by recently exploring the smaller, way more dense city maps. Yes! Oh my god, like... Again, this is where, and this is personal perspective on this statement here, very openly stating this is personal perspective. I think Bloodborne, by design of its maps and everything, is far better than something like Elden Ring, because it is more designed, more structured, more intense. They have more purpose behind every single positioning of everything, because they need it to be more purposeful. Don't get me wrong, they put a lot of purpose and everything into positioning for Elden Ring, but the position of an enemy in Elden Ring versus in Bloodborne, in my eyes, the meaning is that it's designed to tell you where you're at in the game and where you should be going. Much, much better, because there is less fluff, but there is still fluff. There is still like those little side alleys that you can go down and find loot. Cool. But then you also get trapped there, and it feels way more interesting. So it rewards you for exploring, but it also punishes you in a way that feels way more engaging, that you can't really do in an open world. Personally, and like that there is kind of my point of why I personally don't often like open world. Like, Destiny is a Destiny 2, right? I played a lot of Destiny 2 when Forsaken came out. I haven't really played Destiny ever outside of that. I define that as like the reason they gave you the Sparrow for the most part is it feels like they just didn't want to add loading screens and they wanted the map to feel well pathed out. How many moments in that game, like thinking of the first city you're in, how many moments in that game is you just flying, using the Sparrow for like 10-20 seconds to get to the next fight? What is the difference between that and a loading screen? Other than, in a sense, disjointedness, right? That's the only difference. I'm not a huge fan of that. I can see why that's a good idea, because it doesn't take the player out of the experience. But when you're making that on an even larger scale, which again is what you get with a lot of your Skyrim clones and your like Breath of the Wild and all that sort of stuff, those become basically, it's just a way of having a loading screen without being a loading screen. And I don't think that justifies making the open worlds the way they do. That's personal statement. Again, I must stress, it is okay to disagree with this. In fact, I would welcome people disagreeing with that statement. But I really feel that way. It is a loading screen, basically. Modern techniques use stuff. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, it is a loading screen. It de-renders the area, the stuff unnecessary to you back there, and renders the stuff in front of you. That's why, very rarely on those sorts of things, let's pull up Paint for a second. Again, not saying this is a bad technique, this is actually a very good technique in video games. Highly recommend using this if you are in this situation. But like, why you'll be area A here, and you've got area B, even if it's a linear distance or like a very much a line like this, you will always have a route that travels with an angle of it. In fact, that's actually why often, instead of putting it linear, they will put B here instead. Why do you have this? Right? It's really, really easy. Because when you're traveling here, you can't see this. The moment you get to here, and you turn this corner, they render this and de-render this. Saves on memory, saves on everything. Like, this is a hugely smart thing to do. In fact, going back to early console, you mentioned here, it's like now we even have console SSD, but like that's why like early Halo and stuff, it would be like that to get to the location. Because it means that in this space here is your load screen. This gets de-rendered, and then it gives time in here for this to render. Again, these are really good ideas. This is why constructed maps are actually good, because it means you can do shit like this easier. Instead, with an open world, you have a render circle. Right? So this is where the player is. This gets high res, this gets medium res, this gets to low res, and then all of this is basically just completely de-rendered. Portal did that during big levels? Yes, exactly, because it's what you should be doing in level loading. But this becomes a difficult thing, because then you've also got directional sight, so this is what you can see with the camera, and then this gets turned to Halden memory info, like the stuff in these areas. So it's kind of the same as in Game Maker. We've got a system that I've used a few times. I've disabled it for now because we don't really need it. The enemies exist, but they won't get updated in this time. So that's what this is. So there could, in a proper AAA title, things will still occur here. So there's an enemy here. They will still try and move to this location while you're looking, but they will probably not play animations. They will hold all the data that they need for that movement and all that sort of stuff. So if you look away, then look back, they're not going to reset their animations. They'll probably hold what frame they need to be at with their animation, what the model should be, but they won't actually render any of that because they don't need to. The problem is when you get games that do still render that stuff, it tends to affect things a lot. On culling, yeah. That is what I am describing. There is a culling system in a lot of ways, and pretty much most high-end engines like Unreal and Unity do a lot of that inherently, right? Is that if it's outside of viewport, then it self-culls to a lower data point. But you, as the developer, can utilize that even further and reduce how much data even that's doing, to a point where it's basically you can run an entire giant world with a bunch of events occurring actively and none of it actually impacting the player, because it's just a bunch of value checks, a bunch of little switches that the game's running in the background that probably takes up like 10% of the actual processing that the game has to do. So, cool credit on that. It's cool. But that's where you get, there's one game in recent time that showed an example of that being done incorrectly. That it didn't hold the data correctly, and that is Cyberpunk. When it released, there was a video that I always couldn't stop laughing at, which was someone looked at a car going past them, looked away, looked back, and then the car turned into a different car. It's because it held the data that it was a car, it held all the necessary basic data, but it would not keep everything. So it didn't remember what it was rendering, so it had to pull the new render quickly, which is really, really bad. But it's really funny that that's how they did it. So highly suggest don't do that shit again. I find it odd that such things pass QA testing. To be fair, and I want to say this in the nicest way, they did not have good QA testing in Cyberpunk. To my memory, the main testing that they did was based off of very specific PCs. They did not widely test, which is where a lot of those early problems with computers came in, where certain things were ultra laggy and didn't render correctly and would bug out and crash and cause computer problems. That's why that was bad, because their QA process wasn't great. And no offense, this is something that people misremember. Witcher 3 was no better. They've always been really bad with their QA at that studio. And again, that's one of those, like, I don't want to really go like, oh, well, they're fucking bad. Don't want to call them out, right? But you kind of have to point at when you've got a problem, you do have a problem. Where, yeah, no, I mean, like, that's the thing is, again, that's why I say people forget Witcher 3 was no better than what happened at Cyberpunk. Witcher 3 on release was horrendous. It was very barely playable in a lot of regards. This is a consistent problem that they've had, and something that they do need to think about. Oh god, yeah, Bethesda games is a whole argument in its own right? Like, we all remember the problems of a Bethesda game. Like, yeah, I can't really treat Bethesda games very well in that argument as well, can I? Because they fuck up so often with a lot of their things. It's because their in-house engine's really, really weird in a lot of regards as well. And again, not to say like there's any justification for what they do. It's fucked, and it shouldn't be as fucked as it is often with them. But it can't stop it from being fucked. Now, okay, I want to see. There should be a way. Isn't there a way to make, like, this stretch between all of these? So now, yeah, there we go. So that's how you do that. Okay, I've never actually done this before, by the way. Credit where credit's due, Starfield. Oh yeah, no, while I'm happy to dog on Starfield for the correct reasons, Starfield is literally just Skyrim, but bigger and updated, right? Instead of using the same stuff that they've used for 10 years. It's still pretty much the same engine, just improvements. Which is how that shit goes. Those engines are in-house engines and they're used for an eternity. And before someone asks, why don't you update an engine? Do you have any idea how much that shit costs to update? Updating an engine is not just like, haha, I'm gonna update the engine, it'll be fine. It's fucking intense. I'm still not quite happy with these pinks. Do we think that these are the correct pink colors? Because these are basically the default colors. Let's see, because this is supposed to be Yana's weapon. Yes, the tentacles that spit stuff is her weapon. Don't ask. Let's have a look. Okay, so if we base off her outfit, you've got a bit more of a blacky maroon sort of coloring to it. I see the struggles Estella Corsa went through. Yeah. It's always rough, right? Because, like, so something that a lot of people don't talk about, I guess, in maybe a more general way. I know the industry talks about this, but, like, Unreal and Unity, all those sorts of engines, there are engines that were designed with a game in mind. So UE is the Fortnite engine now. That's what a lot of people misunderstand is, while the engine is an awesome engine and it uses things on a very wide scale, unless you are making Fortnite, you have to add in so much extra optimization and effort, because that's what you're doing. You're not making Fortnite, so you have to add these things. Making Fortnite in UE is much easier than making some of the other games that they make in UE, because it's designed with it as the intention. And that's why, was it Dragon Age Inquisition is a very famous one, because isn't that a racing engine, I think? And they had to custom code in non-bipedal movement. So horses and deer and stuff like that. Which is really wild to use a fucking engine like that, because you're like, well, why would you use that engine and not a better... It's what they had available to them. I mean, fuck it, you want to hear one of the best memes of all time? Yakuza was originally a dev test for making a racing engine. Yeah. They were told, you can make a racing engine, this is your budget, make a dev test for it, and welcome to Yakuza 1. Because they found it too good and they wanted to keep going with it, and it was it was also the way that they could justify some of the expenses that they were using. I still can't get over how fuck it, what is it? There's certain things in the game, I think it's the hostess clubs mainly, that like clearly got added because they went to the hostess club and they're like, put it on the budget, and now we need to justify it. We went for research purposes. Me, if I make a game, I'm like, I'm going to Japan. Why are you going to Japan? Research purposes. But your game's got nothing to do with Japan. Research purposes. Make it tax deductible. It's great. Frostbite 3 was made for Battlefield, but it was also used for Need for Speed. It wasn't even great for that. Yes. Yeah. No, exactly, right? Like, think of it maybe this way. Do you know what the difference between a modder and a game dev is in an actual industry studio that's using something like UE? One of them's official. That is pretty much it, because realistically speaking, that goes back to that argument. The engine is designed for this game. That is what it is. If it is not used for that game, theoretically, the devs in that you could actually consider modders. Because that's what they're doing, they're modifying the engine. So this is where I actually point it to game mod people, developers for mods. There's actually a big stigma that it's like, oh, they're not real devs. It's like, no, they are. And in fact, the stigma that they might have to themselves, they can probably make a game a lot better than a lot of the average person. They should not put themselves down. Mods do take a lot of fucking work because you have to work within a very structured system. That's why I really love stuff like the Dota 2 Arcade and StarCraft 2 Arcade. I think those are the two reasons I still play those games from time to time. It's because they're fucking fun as hell to see what people create inside of those spaces. Because it's like, it's the same in a sense why I like Game Maker, is it's a really good structure for designing something without having to do everything from the ground up yourself. Sorry, I'm currently just seeing if I can get a good screenshot of some of these colors. So come on, let's test out the maroon, shall we? I do kind of like that. Because then we take this one, go here, change that color to it. Then we grab this color and give that there. And then like, too dark. That's, yeah, too paled out. It's like if I take this pink, that's basically white. Have some experience with modding Stellado. Familiar with engine, no, not cooperating with what we're trying to do. Yeah. They've said it was in the scope for that to be fixed. Yeah, it sucks. Again, not gonna say that the devs are wrong for that, because it just, if it's not in scope, it's not in scope, and you do have to play the scope. Right? Like, you can't tell a dev they're wrong for working within scope. It just sucks that sometimes the scope is pretty trash. You're like, please, please no, no, you can do more, you can do more, I swear. Do I think that is a better color scheme than this? Yeah, of course. No, yeah, exactly. I'm not saying you're blaming them, but it's just that's... I mean, that's the thing with Skyrim, right? Like, do you have any idea how many fucking issues there are with that game and engine? Yet the modding community are the reason why that game is still played as much as it is. 100%. Anyone that tries to tell me that the game's actually really good and holds up to modern standards, you are lying to me, and I do not like that. I do like that for the thing. I think that's the correct color for inside the mouth. What if we made the light color the dark color? Of the two. So we go like this. Does that create a more interesting thing? Kinda. Keep in mind, we haven't done shading yet. Shading will come in at some point, so that will impact. Like, last I remember, classic Skyrim, thousands of issues, and many of them never even manifested during a normal playthrough. Some of them are just mod related. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a better contrast, having the dark color as the underside. Because once we add in shadow as well, it's going to probably add a lot more depth to it correctly. let's start doing depth handling. Ooh. Shift in. So this would definitely be dark shaded. This would be dark shaded to here, then to here. And then this would definitely be dark shaded. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong layer, that's why. There we go. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Change the layer, there we go. By the way, there is different ways to do shadow. This is one of the ways I like doing it, because it just gives me control over the color. I could just take this layer, make it slightly lowish. Actually, let's show what I'm talking about, because it's actually a really nice technique. So we'll take the color black, and we'll go over the entire thing over where we think should be shadow. So we'll do something like that, right? Get rid of there. Just as an example point. Make sure I shade in this fully. I would be doing this with the reference. I'm not doing this with reference, which is making this harder. And then we click here, and opacity lower. There. Boom. Shadow got added. This is probably the better way to do it, honestly. Versus this one, which leaves some issues to be dealt with. Buff up the tolerance so I can better hold on to it. Oh, I just saw what I did wrong. Whoops. Lower the tolerance some more. Should be able to go far enough back to fix this issue. And then go here and paste. Haha! Fix my mistake. Gotta make sure you're on the right layer, people. Okay, and then do this. There we go. I love how, like, yeah, so... I love... This is the thing with game development discussion, is that there is such an interesting room for it. And I think... I agree with Pirate Software, is it pisses me off... Well, okay. I agree with some of the sentiments he has around this, where, like, it pisses me off that the wrong things get discussed around gaming a lot, and blame gets put in the wrong places. And it leads to just this toxicity that really isn't fun to look at. Ah, it's because the individual layers are now. Whoa! Gotta fix that. There we go. But, like, one of the issues I have at the moment is some of the fucking shit around, I'm using a lot of swear words, sorry. Some of the stuff around, the Wukong game. I'm really upset by the treatment that the devs are getting for that. And it's worse because now... So one of the big complaints that I've been seeing is actually from the reviewers, because they're getting told, like, hey, you can't kind of talk about certain subjects while reviewing it. Or, like, early access can't talk about it. You have any idea how many games do contracts like that? Where it's like, hey, just don't discuss these things. And most of them should be, like, you don't need to tell people not to bring up politics while playing a game. Playing an early version of the game. They're having to. And they're getting flack for it. And I fucking hate it. Now... It's... I don't like jumping straight to blame without knowing... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's just... I hate that about things, because it is a lot of the... It's a lot of that side, because they're posting this stuff. They're posting, like, the things that say, oh, you're not allowed to talk about COVID-19 or politics or women's rights and stuff like that. I'm like... If you're getting an early version of this game, why are you talking about that? You know the only reason you'd be talking about that is because you're talking about it in relation to the game. And they don't want that. And that's fair. Now you could go, it's like, oh, but I don't want to have those restrictions. Like, cool, then don't take the key. It's not that you can't play the game, it's that if you're getting an early key, you're not allowed to talk about these subjects. That is perfectly fine. I'm not signing a contract that says I'm never allowed to talk about politics ever again, or communism, or women's rights, or anything like that. It's like, I'm just saying in this specific case, I can't. I think that's a respectable and normal thing. It is. It is very normal. A lot of games will put forward a early access contract for creators like that. If they don't, it's fine. But there's normally like something about it. Like the amount of times people go like, wow, you're really overly positive about this game. It's like, well, that's probably because they're not allowed to be negative. Which is something that's very commonly in contracts. Right? And then you might see them play the same game another day and not be ad, and then they might talk differently about the game if they don't value their contracts. I will say that now is like, if I was giving a contract or taking a contract for a game, I want the right to speak openly about my thoughts of the game. Right? If I got someone to play this game and they're like, oh, it's got a bug in it, they should be allowed to go, oh, this bug's really frustrating. I'm really upset that this is a bug in the game. It's like, you know what? That's fair. I take that as me fucked that up. I've ruined your experience somewhat for that. Sure, I'm going to feel like shit, but then I'm now going like, okay, well, why is this bug occurring? And I'm listing down all the stuff that it could be, and I'm going to go test that. Yeah. Some reviews I don't trust because of the financial... Oh, God, yeah, and financial incentive. I mean, it's the same with, like, news in general, right? And I feel like this is me maybe getting into a little bit of a over-the-top talk as per usual. But, like, the amount of BS we have nowadays where news and reporting and all that sort of stuff, it's like it's monetarily incentivized to say this. Not what it is, but this. But yes, I do agree. Like, TB was really great for that. I don't remember any time in my entire time watching his stuff where he took a monetary incentive and lied about something. It's kind of why I also like spiffing nowadays, right? While he's overly positive about the games that he typically plays and stuff like that, he's also very clearly a bug tester. And if you're a game company and you give him early access to your game, you're expecting to see something that you're not intending for the game to have. You're not intending for the game to be played that way. You're not intending for a function to function that way. Stuff like that. He is great at that, and it's awesome. That I wish existed more in a lot of cases. And I think that's a reasonable thing to request. I mean, I stand by if I was... Like, this game specifically is a great example of this. If someone wanted to play this early and they wanted to stream it, I would want to have a thing with them that basically says, I need a recording of that stream. I would prefer you to stay on topic as well with the game, or topics that are related to the game. I don't really want to have anything that could potentially come back on me, but I do want your honest feedback of the game. And that's why I want the recording, because I want to see every moment of your experience, even the negative ones. Because then I can do something with that. Like, it's difficult as a developer and as a human being to take criticism. And developers really, really have a lot of issues sometimes with that. And that's why, like, I was once human. I give them huge credit. I'm not going to play the game until certain things are changed. But, like, holy shit, go them for actually really listening to the community and, like, sitting down and going, like, we need to deal with this. And that's why I really fucking hate a lot of the bullshit that's going on around there. Because a lot of the treatment that they're getting is... Okay, can we talk about one of the big elephants in the room? And this is something that the Wukong Myth game also has, and I fucking hate it. I really fucking hate it. I'm really upset by this. You wanna know what it is? Racism. Because these games came out of not Western, because they came out of China often, they get treated so much more poorly than they would have if they were Western. Lies of P also had this issue. All sorts of these games where they're treated like shit by a Western audience for no good reason other than racism. And I hate that that's just literally how it is. You should not be treating developers and games like that shit. I want to stress, some of my favorite games I play off to the side are games made from random developers in China. One of my favorite games, sim games, construction simulation games, is Dyson Sphere, which is made by I think 5 Chinese guys in a garage, from memory. And most of their fucking early game translation was just done via Google Translate, from memory. They're fucking awesome. I love those guys. They've made an amazing game, and they should be praised to the fucking nth degree with the amount of awesomeness that they put into that game. But guess what? They don't. I do think it's one of the best factory building games there is. In fact, there's a few things coming to it that I think genuinely should put it more on the map than it is. But yeah, in the nicest sense, I'm really excited for the Wukong game. I actually do want to play it, even though I probably can't stream it. It's a game that I probably actually would buy and play off stream. And it's very rare for me to actually do that nowadays. Is buy a game specifically to play it off stream. But I do think that's a very important thing. To just acknowledge that, in a sense, a lot of these problems that are getting talked about are not problems that actually exist. They're just problems that we want to point at because people don't have a better way of being racist nowadays. And it angers me to far too much to speak logically on it. I will say that. What do we think? Good hento? I think that's good. God, I've gone on very much a rant at the moment. I do this every fucking time, I swear. I want to stress, I don't want lots of that negativity going on. That's why I'm so, intense about this discussion, is I don't like the negativity. I like it. Thanks. I think that came out nicely. So now we need to do idle animation, which idle animation should just probably be 3 frames, and based off this frame. And we'll be good. So we can get rid of that. Don't save. Take this. So let's grab Control C. Control V? No, it's not going to work like that. Wait, I need to Control C. I'm gonna have to... Do I do it this way then? Yes. Okay, there we go. Oh, alright. So, we're going to need it to move, like, slightly forward and then slightly back, I think is literally the only things we're gonna do with it. No, that's, it's, Alt-N. There we go. Hide the shadow for a bit while we get this, sorted. Alright, so we want this to move slightly forward and down, I'd say. I'm on the wrong frame. So slightly forward, probably that far forward. And then this part needs to probably come down and curve. I don't typically play MiHoYo games, but because they're Chinese, not because they're Chinese, but because I don't usually enjoy free-to-play. I acknowledge the beautiful character. Yeah, oh look, oh god. So I play Star Rail, which is a Hoyoverse game, which is MiHoYo's attempt to get away from MiHoYo, because it has a lot of negativity around the name now. I really enjoy that game. I really do. I hate the Western community for those games, though. Like, the majority of the actively talking Western community are just awful, because they got such toxic and fucking irritating personalities. But yeah, no, like, Genshin Impact, I'm never gonna probably play that game. My issues with it was some of its early stuff, which was some of its predatory actions, that have been cleaned up. And I think those are reasonable complaints to make. Because at the time, gacha had still kind of been like... When Genshin came out, gacha it was still fairly early in the Western. We had a few games, and they were really, really bad for a lot of things. Genshin came in and showed polish and quality, but it also showed that they weren't going to change away from this potentially predatory and toxic monetization strategy. They have improved mostly, and they have improved with other games as well. Again, Star Rail. And there's actually the huge improvement that they're doing with the 5.0. Awesome. Go Genshin fans. Finally, it's Genshin could never is gonna disappear. Massive props to that. I think at the time legislation was still working. Yes. No, exactly. That's kind of my point, right? It's like it was too early, too new. So gacha on the Western and global sphere hadn't correctly been approached. Now there is better stuff that's in place that requires specific things to be much more transparent and way more informative. Very, very good. Huge improvements. China's actually done quite a lot for this. Go China for this. Yay. I like a lot of these systems. I dislike negativity around the wrong things, though. So, again, I want to say... I dislike China audience's reaction to the Wanderer, I believe is his name. I get why you might not like the Wanderer, because he does have a pretty bad backstory. He's a criminal and all that stuff. Okay, kind of makes sense. But there was a lot of like really, really excessive violence and toxicity that occurred that I would consider not really justifiable for a character that is a fictional character. Then there's the current toxicity around it in the Western sphere, mainly around the next region coming out and the skin tone of the characters. Because they're more whitewashed is the complaint, even though the basis of it is very African, I believe. Which they've done really awesome with the music. They've gone really, really intense with that. Awesome job. Love it. They're just complaining about this, and I'm like, the fictional characters, yes, I can get not being appreciative of the representation, but a lot of the people complaining don't actually have any stake in this. It's just fucking stupid. Right? It's just blows my mind. It's just that same complaint of like, and I mean this with like making a joke at it, but it's the whole white woman having the black square situation, right? Where it's like, oh, Black Lives Matter. It's like, yeah, or like or them standing up for that one Chinese dress. That was a big thing as well at one point. There was someone that wore a Chinese dress to a prom. They were like half Chinese themselves. They didn't look overly Chinese, but and that was like the complaint that a lot of them were making. I don't really give a shit. And the response basically from people that actually are native and all that from that area is cool. She wears it well. I come from a country that's actually really intense about a lot of this sort of stuff. Fun fact, do you remember Bakugan? Not Bakugan, sorry, Bionicles. You wanna know why Bionicles doesn't exist anymore? New Zealand. For some good reason, mind you. But that is actually why Bionicles no longer exist. Because our native population, the Maori, was where they pulled a lot of the origin for names and concepts and stuff in Bionicles. We weren't informed of this. We got no thing about it up until basically near the end where they actually finally started going, this is based off this culture. That was when we finally were like, okay, no, now you're actually doing it. That is my complaint, is when you take homage from something but don't reference that. Don't go like, hey, by the way, this is kind of where it's from. That's why, and it's then when you're actually going like, no, but we want to pay homage to this, we're naming it and all this sort of stuff. It's like, okay, but you're not doing it correctly. That is a valid complaint as well. But this is not that. It's a fictional region in a fictional game in a fictional world that just has a lot of its designed based around the system that they've acknowledged. What is the problem there? That's why I just sort of think it's a bunch of kids fucking complaining about it in a way that is really irritating, and it's an unnecessary amount of toxicity that I think shouldn't be there. I think it's valid to point at something and complain about like this, but then like the whole shit about like boycotting Hoyoverse or them, I don't think that's great. I think that's not good. That's my issue with that, right? And also the funniness that they think that matters because the US isn't actually that much of a contributor to their overall fund. In fact, I believe New Zealand is actually a bigger contributor to the monetary bank of MiHoYo than most of the US. So, as an example point, and we have a much smaller population. I'm all in favor of people wearing the getup of their people. No problems with me. And yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing: is there's images I've shown them a little bit of me wearing a kimono, yukata stuff, right? When I was in Japan, that was a thing I went to where you could book in. They would fit you, they would put one on you, and then they would do a photo shoot around Shibuya. I have photos of literally me standing on Shibuya Square and Shibuya Crossing as it's going and everything like that with these photos. It's awesome. It was really, really fun. Loved that shit. Would someone then go, is that cultural appropriation? Me wearing that outfit? It's like, okay, sure, but it's a tourist thing and it's given by literally Japanese locals. The people, the place that they actually ran it out of was part of their house. In fact, it was a wife and husband and their friend was the people that ran that business, and they were awesome, by the way. I still keep in rough contact with them from time to time. I remember people used to get hate on Twitter for wearing yukata. Again, no problem. Yeah, right. Like, I know very few Japanese people that would give much of a fuck of people wearing a Japanese styled outfit outside of Japan and not being Japanese. Did they never hear of when in Rome? Yeah, exactly, right? But like that's that stuff. It's like, it's okay to complain about certain things, but make sure what you're complaining about actually makes sense. I mean, I definitely sit on a fence that I probably shouldn't mention too much on, but like, I really hated some of the VA complaints that exist at the moment around Star Rail. My short statement on that is, if someone fucked up 5 years ago and went and sought help, and went into stuff like rehabs or therapy and all that sort of stuff, and everyone around them is supportive of them and helping them improve and all that, you shouldn't treat them like shit for what they did 5 years ago, because you're just meaning that they can never be what you did once is who you are, which is what we try and avoid the most in the world when it comes to stuff like prisons as well. It's one of the biggest problems with the concept of prison. Prison is where you send a criminal, but then you just treat them in a way that they're a criminal, and this perpetuates. So what is the only thing they can do when they come out of prison? Be a criminal again. That's why going the percentage of people that, like, after 1 or 2 times going to prison are just repeat offenders is extremely high in a lot of countries, because it's just, that's how it ends up going. And it's because they're not actually given good opportunities in the right ways to mend and move on. So why are we treating someone like they're guilty, even though that pisses me off? Anyway, I'll leave that conversation alone. Just thought I'd mention, during the creation of Dragon's Dogma 1, Capcom sent a team to the UK to learn old Western structures and landscapes, and I think they nailed it. Yeah, and it's shit like that I really, really like, when they add in that little bit of extra effort, right? So did they need to do that? No, they didn't need to do that, but it's cool that they did. I mean, I'm someone that, I still to this date am hesitant to do anything in relation to New Zealand and Māori culture in some of the stuff I work with. And that's such a sad thing in a sense, because like I can't even basically adhere to my own local cultures because I'm not strictly Māori myself. Yet I have talked with, and I have friends that are of descent. And do you have any idea how many of them have like talked to me and we've actually gone into like really interesting discussions around that stuff, and how one of the points that we keep making is how awesome it would be if there was more games that actually did this shit correctly. Actually, another point that I want to make, and I mean this with the utmost love, is one of the places I worked at, the system required for learning things in it. Sorry, no, that was wrong phrasing. The system we had in place for anything that could be considered cultural was horrendous, because it got to a point where you just didn't want to do anything. Because you'd have to get so many checkboxes done. And it's cool that there are systems in place, but you need to make that stuff more pleasant. Otherwise, how the fuck am I supposed to get involved? Because one of the things I worked on got denied because we tried to incorporate a lot of cultures and personal feelings on the cultures and not business expectations on culture. Because to explain the looser sense within legal allowance, think of it as like there was a wall we were going to have painted, and we were going to invite people to come and paint on it and paint something relevant to their culture. And then we were going to have an official piece done along with it all that was going to kind of incorporate them as well. So it meant that we were actually giving the student, or the body that was involved with this, a chance to kind of represent themselves. We had a lot of positivity from the community going into it, and then we were told no, because we didn't have the official say-so of the cultural department. And when we tried to go through and negotiate with them, it just didn't go well. Because they're like, well, how are you going to represent this specific culture? And it's like, well, we wanted to represent more than one culture. And it's like, yeah, but how do you do this one? It's like, it's very reminiscent of a really stupid argument that existed in New Zealand Parliament at one point during COVID. It was really stupid. Also, yes, hello to you, Phoenix. The complaint was, and I'll be very brief on this, we had a management system for funding businesses, like funding systems and businesses during COVID. That was going to be a huge lot of money. One of our parliament parties was like, okay, so why are you not funding this like we suggest? And it's like, that's because that's part of the scheme. If you actually read the documents, it's there to say, but why aren't you doing this one? And it's like, because it's part of the system. It is literally in the list. It's like, but why aren't you doing this one? That was what the cultural thing felt like. Is it's just like, we are doing it, it's just part of the grand thing. It's like, but how are you doing this one? It's like, so it's not that they were there to work with us, it's that they were basically there to stop us. And that made me really sad, because it was a really cool idea, and it was someone else that wanted to do it, and we wanted to do it for them. And got told, fuck off, basically. But yes, no, I agree. It's a globalization-related issue. I think that there's a level of room that should be made to organize this sort of stuff better. I don't think it exists currently. I think they need to come down a little bit. Whoops. It's, I will not deny though, this is a very touchy and difficult subject, and I don't think there's ever truly a correct answer to a lot of them. And I'm not someone that I feel like can give a correct answer for a lot of it, because I'm just not the space I'm in. It's not what I've learnt, and not educated in, and clearly I have very differing opinions than a lot of businesses, and they know how to keep their brand safer. So, obviously that makes sense why they would take exception to some of these ideas, is because they're trying to keep their brand safe, and that's not a thing that should be ignored. If a company that's trying to make money and survive thinks something is the correct thing to do, and it to keep themselves safe, then I think that's something that they should often do to an extent. but I do believe that there should be a bit better of a human nature in these things. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Sorry, I know I'm doing like fairly heavy discussion topics in a sense, while also just doing fucking random ass art. Important hentai, you know. But I do think that these are topics that should be approached more often in some regards, at least in an academic way, that allows people to actually express their opinions. I think that's one of the major dislikes I have for a lot of that stuff, is that like sometimes it's just, oh, I don't like the negativity. It's like, I don't like this, I disagree with you, therefore I'm not gonna listen. Fuck you. I think that pisses me off. No matter what, an opinion is valid, even if you disagree with it. But also, if you're gonna say go to a location and someone gives you an opinion you disagree with, you give them something else, accept that they're gonna probably, like, respond in kind. They're not gonna, well, they're gonna give you a bit of a debate. Here in the UK, our government just went through election, and we're working on cleaning up the mess of the... Yeah, I'm not envious of the state of things over in the UK at the moment, I'll be honest. It's pretty rough from all the stuff that I've witnessed over the last few years, yeah. There's a lot of places in Europe that have had a lot of problems. UK is definitely one of the big ones for the last, I would say, yeah, decade is probably at minimum. There's been a lot of underlying issues that have not been resolved correctly, and I think that's probably the nicest way of putting a lot of the problems. Sounds about right, yeah, it do be rough. There we go, little idle animation. God, that took a good while to talk about all that, didn't it just? Looks good. Thanks. I think it came out fairly well, all things considered. No, I'm gonna be out of my game of up. I'm still slightly sad because the fucking, what is it? They're doing the soup or whatever now, the soup noodle shit. And Badger has a flavor in that, and I agree, I'm so sad that he has to call it Swamp Assassin. Because he wanted to call it Swamp Ass. But apparently that didn't fly. So he gave it Assassin instead, so it's 2 asses. 2 asses for the price of 1, let's go. I want to try that sort of stuff, right? Like, his fucking drink actually was really, really nice. So I want to see what the fuck he'd do for a flavor of goddamn soup, I think it is, right? Is it soup or is it noodles? I know they do both now, right? At Gamer Subs. We all know a good assassin is silent but deadly. Exactly. Holy shit, that piece of art's really fucking cool. Okay, I'm gonna like that. Sorry, I just looked over at Twitter quickly, and there's a really cool juniper art. Let me just quickly show this, because it's fucking beautiful. Look at that shit, that's fucking nice. Like, oh damn. That's so good. I love that shit, that's gorgeous. That's why I made sure to show the Twitter of who did that, because they deserve the credit. The deer sightings. That shit goes hard, yeah. Meanwhile, here I am with my shitty pixel art. One day. Alright. We've got our floppy boy done. So now we need an icon for this. The icon's gotta be related to the a book, right? Doesn't she actually have a book design somewhere? I swear she's got a book design. Am I wrong? Let's go look at her gallery. Surely she's got a book. Yeah, and it's pre-cat model. Pre-cat, more like wait, what? No. They've been legally advised not to make this joke. Oh god, yes, worm nyanas. Forgot that era. Don't they still do that? Fucking her and Aethel still have the worm models from time to time. Dude, there it is. There's the book. The Dark Messenger one. Which, I still love how this shit got her banned, right? From memory. I loved this model. I really did love this model. There's such a cool design to it. The Eldritch horror feel. You have no idea how much I'm always down for Eldritch horror. Looks like a real JRPG boss fight. Yes, exactly. Dude, it's so good. But yeah, got her in trouble with Twitch, which is typical of Twitch, right? Because they want to try and not be established as a pornography platform anymore. Meanwhile, looking at half the fucking just chatting streams. Do y'all remember Twitch used to actually be basically a pornography platform? What a wild world we live in. To be fair, I never used it back then. There was far better platforms for that stuff. But... But no, genuinely, that's a fun little fact. If you ever wonder why Twitch is like way weirdly aggressive on like certain sexual content, that's why. It's because they want to try and force their brand not to be what it was once. The irony that they're constantly losing money now, though. Yeah, they do have to follow the clothing rule. I mean, like, that's the thing, is like, if we look down in the crotch area, which is actually covered by the camera, so I'm not going to change that, because it is a bit, That outfit, yeah, it definitely was a bit too on the line. I think that my personal statement is this outfit could have really benefited from the Varus approach. Varus from League of Legends. So, yeah, thank you, camera. Yeah, keeping me fucking safe. Sorry, wait. Come on. Come on, Google. Give it a second to load an image. Here we go. So I feel like it would have benefited from this approach, where it's the, basically Eldritch Pants. Wow, really? Is that... Is the fucking... Give me the actual image. There we go. Right? The pants are basically just Eldritch bullshit. So with this, what the camera's covering, realize you can see there's skin on the edge of the camera here. Basically where my finger is here, this is where the underwear stops. So it's just like a thin line here, basically only covering that location. Picture for ants, exactly. What is this? A hotel for ants? It's a really bad reference that I don't know anyone's gonna get. I think I've caught the black lung. Ugh. God damn. But yeah, no, I think this outfit could have benefited from that. Because I already kind of have that with the arms, and I think it's also with the, like, lower legs. But I like looking at this head and the design of, like, just the way this is. I think that's cool. Is it over-sexualized? Yes, I will not deny that in the slightest. But what VTuber is it nowadays? Can I mention another VTuber who is slightly rated because of the evil outfit thing? Oh, go on. I probably know of them. Again, I do watch a number of VTubers, and a lot of them I will not admit to. Sylvie, oh god, yes. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. To be fair, I think there's been a few times where that's also gone over the line for other reasons, but hey. I mean, I was actually a little surprised Cinder's recent outfit didn't get flagged. Or at least I don't believe it got flagged. Who knows? Maybe it did. Maybe I'm out of the loop for that. Sometimes it's a matter of timing. Twitch is still managed by humans. Yes, no, 100% right, yeah. It's like very few of those systems are automated, I believe, for them. So yeah, it's a lot of things. YouTube has most of that automated, which is why I was actually a little surprised still now that the Stick of Truth stuff didn't actually get any flags. Give it time, I'm sure it would have, but I feel like I'm quite happy that didn't get flagged in any notable way that I saw. Guess I was precautious enough with it. Even though there was like actual dick and balls on screen a couple of times. Yeah, no, like the hot tub problem was a real big thing though. It's because it's like, again, it's unprecedented concepts that it's like, okay, what do we do for this argument? Like, is this wrong? Is this right? When it goes too far, then it is a problem. And I mean, that's what happened with, was it artistic nudity stuff? Remember when they tried to roll that out on Twitch and it got fucking destroyed by people abusing that concept and going far too far with it and then complaining because they're like, but this said it was okay now? It's like, no, they didn't. They said very far from it being okay now. They said it needs to be kind of within this category. There's also the DJ stuff at the moment where you have to actually be registered with them to get the access for it, I believe. Whereas before you didn't need to be, and they're doing that because people are abusing it. I actually do feel a little bad for Twitch at moments like that, because it's like, we introduce a system, the community abuses it, we have to remove the system, then they complain, and it's like, well, fucking don't fuck it up then for the rest of us. It was back and forth, yeah. I mean, it was the same time as a lot of the VTuber outfit stuff. That's where a lot of the controversy kind of was coming in, is it's like, VTubers, are they people? Is it artistic? And simply put, a lot of people were abusing the rule in a way that was never intended for how it was supposed to be interpreted. And the problem was that they'd then argue, it's like, oh, well, this is how I interpreted it, and now they have to get rid of the rule because people are being little shits. Twitch takes music seriously. Running a radio isn't going to be good unless you get a license for that, of course. Yeah, exactly, right? Because the DJ thing, I think, was awesome. I think that was a step in the right direction for a lot of stuff, because it does enable a really cool style of content that didn't really exist before. And I hope that that's actually where they start looking at things, is like, instead of trying to compete, in the wrong areas, they should try and create new and interesting opportunities. Which is, in a sense, what YouTube actually does a little bit more than them. And I think that's been really good for their business model. Because that's the other thing that needs to be acknowledged as the elephant in the room of Amazon's not actually making money off Twitch. In fact, they're making a huge amount of loss from it from memory. Right? I think that's the case, right? That was the last reports I was hearing, is they're making massive loss and they haven't made like money from it for years. Which is rough. It's never good to hear a company suffering like that. Well, actually, I say that there's a lot of people that would disagree with me on that. And if they were talking about Disney, then I would agree with that argument, because fucking hell. Yeah, the news with Disney, where was it? Someone had a fucking agreement with them at one point from Disney Plus, and the user agreement there, and they're using that as an argument to not get fucking destroyed by the fact that they fucking fed food with an allergy thing that killed someone. That was good times. Amazon pretty much has Twitch as a runner-up for potential future self-destruction. Yeah. Like, the idea Twitch has... The problem Twitch has is, again, like, they're constantly being in a situation of chasing. They're chasing the market. They're not innovating in the market. That's my personal take on the matter. And that's like why I said YouTube's doing a better job, because they're actually willing to innovate in a certain regards and chase the market at the same time, which gives them way more power. You can't just do like, yeah, again, Twitch is shooting itself constantly in the foot by a lot of its actions, and I don't know what's going to happen with it eventually. It'll be interesting to see. It's still a possible outcome with the monopoly cases on Google recently. True. Which I don't know. Maybe I'm, again, one of those wrong people to ask for that stuff, but I hate some of the monopolization arguments. Because, like, it's not actually true. One of my hated ones was the one versus, like, game shops and, like, platform shops. Like Apple Store. Them arguing that in a monopoly. It's like, well, okay, then it's a monopoly by... You buy the phone, you opt into what they have. You don't like it, go buy a different phone. Like, the monopoly is you getting the phone. Like, they're allowed to monopolize on their platforms. Same with game consoles. Google plus Apple versus Epic. Okay, I don't hate Epic Games as a platform. I just hate a lot of the bullshit that they have around, like, their morality. It's like they're trying to take the moral high ground in so many situations, even though they're being assholes half the time. And then they proceed to, like, do some very shady things as well. I really don't like moral high ground kind of arguments like that. Because the reason I say that is because in New Zealand, we often have that as our kind of default, where like we try and take a moral high ground, because we kind of can. Our political scene is a lot less corrupt than a lot of other countries. We're the first introduction of a dual governance concept ever getting introduced and contract for that or thing, even though it was fucking done horrendously bad. Like, we have a lot of this sort of stuff. Then you got like the Rainbow Warrior incident, how we nuclear free, all these things. I still hate when we try and take a moral high ground in a situation we have no fucking idea what we're talking about, and think that we should have a point in that. There are certain things we should, and all bad, but we also cripple our country sometimes by these arguments. Like, fun little fact, we basically don't mine any of the oil in our region anymore because environmental concerns, yet at the same time we don't fund different options for cars, right? So like a complaint that's often made is it's like, why don't we have as many electric cars here? Oh, it's because the people don't want them. It's like, no, it's because you don't supplement them like some other countries do that you keep comparing us to. So that's why I dislike on Epic, because they have pseudo-monopolization for games, sometimes. And then they have the gall to go, oh, but these companies are bad for having their own entire platform systems. Like, they also do not treat a lot of people very well that interact with their company sometimes. Which is a complaint I will always put forward as important to keep in mind. Is that if a company doesn't treat partners well, then it's normally not a good sign. Yeah, we had grants for electric cars, but it was cut down to basically company cars and bikes, thanks UK Rail Health. Yeah, it's that shit, right? That's the complaints I have, is take moral high ground when you actually have high ground, not, I mean, one of the things that often gets talked about is like, New Zealand green. We're not a green country. We're very far from, and it's fucking disgusting. All of the advertisement you see, does New Zealand look like rolling hills and gorgeousness? Yeah, in the rural areas. The cities are fucking disgusting. We don't clean up well. I used to live next to a river that is one of the most polluted rivers in the world. In the top 3 for the longest time. And I used to swim in that river. Before it was that bad. Because I used to live next to it. Like, you just went down to the river and swam in it. And you have any idea how many waterways are like that in New Zealand? It's fucking disgusting. So I'm very much in the position of hating on a lot of those sorts of keep it green, all that shit. Because it's like, okay, actually put in systems to do so. Oh, wait, you won't? And then you are upset that we're not doing it? Interesting. Is that called bigotry? Me pulling my off-brand pirate software fucking Thor shit right now. Talking about like these intense political situations. Love it. Okay, I want to change the shade of blue. Because I think this blue is fucking foul. But I think this is actually starting to look like a really cool icon. Alright. Not that color. Need a bit more on the blue side, I think. It's difficult because the book looks blue and purple, not a lot of pixels left to work with, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the advertisement of the thing is supposed to be very much the tentacles, right? So it's okay to not really see the book. You see enough of the book to notice there's a book, and then you've got the purple to work with. I think that's fine. I need to add a lot more better coloring to the tentacles, though. There we go. Shading. Yeah, honestly, you can make an object and look horrendous. You add a bit of shading, immediately changes the entire idea of it, and it looks way better. Like, keep in mind as well, you're going to probably see it about, like, that size at most when you're looking at this thing, so that's why you kind of have to keep into consideration. There's a lot of weirdness when it comes to these. Alright, let's put these into the game then. I need to actually export them. File, export sprite sheet. File, export sprite sheet. File, export, PNG. There we go. Now we see if they look as good in game. Short answer is, and I will say this very confidently, most of the time it actually looks better in game than it looks in the previews. To be fair, the problem is I'm going to have to do the coding for this weapon, because this weapon's getting changed. It's going to see a lot of change to make it what I want it to be. Here we go. So first of all, we need to change this icon to this. We need to add this PNG thing to this. Edit image, import strip image. We want the default. And this is 64 by 64 and 5 frames. And now we change the position of this to there. Seems good. Do we think 5 frames, or do we want to have like 7 to make it faster? Yeah, it looks better. And then we introduce the idle animation. Whoops, that's not how you introduce the image. We need to add a sprite, not a sound. Fucking goddamn it, jittery. Sprite, there we go. And then edit image. Come on. Image. Constructive image. Idle. Convert. Yes. Oh. Shit, don't drop my pen. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, and then rename to SP Nico Neon Idle. And then we need the same position data from here, so it's 3257. There. Because you want it to be in the exact same spot. So it doesn't look weird when it changes. Okay, 3 frames should be good for the idle animation. So, now I need to figure out how I'm going to program this. Zoom. Yeah. Gotta love that it always puts the default as 30 frames. So, amount, cooldown, knockback. Knockback is no longer going to be how we do that. And we're going to have to probably change what gets leveled up. Okay, now... So, for amount, target direction, do not need that. We need to find... We need to create a space expectation. So, what we need is, var underscore xx is going to equal... Sorry, Kat, I'm gonna move you for a sec. I random range. We want No, it's... What is it called again? There, it's view X. That's what it is. View X plus, we'll say, view width divided by 6. And then we take this. There we go. And then we can change this to pretty easily to this. So these are our positions from where we will spawn things. All of this is going to go. That goes there. This needs to be turned into a YY. Why, you may ask? Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. That was bad. That was really bad. Okay, so we need... Is it duration or is it removed duration? I think it's removed duration, right? Remove type, remove duration. We need remove duration. That's what we're giving it. Why? Just why? Actually, let's make this value. I'm gonna be back in just a second. Because I gotta go sort something out. So I just dropped something. Oh well. I have returned. A blessing from the Lord. Alright. So now we're gonna have to figure out the functionality of how we're gonna do the tendrils. How are we gonna make turrets? Is the short answer. So speed hold is gonna be 0. We do not want them moving. That's a big important thing to ensure we have sorted out. They're going to have damage as a damage hold, because we're going to have to transfer that to the projectiles. And then we're going to have to probably set up a reoccurring timer. So time, source, create with pause array push, function, let's actually yoink this function and write it somewhere else. So I believe this is step event function, and then I have to put in this function. What is it? Func type. That's what it is. Dot other. Okay. So this is going to be our, this is our shoot. So we're going to probably have to make a thing for that. So did I not delete this fucking sound file? There we go. Hello, cat. So we want nth nearest to enemy parent number 0 for now. But we do have to have an if in here for security's sake. If okay, something I want to test. So this is something that was explained to me, and this really throws me through a fucking loop if this is true. Actually, no, we won't test that for now. We'll leave it alone. There's a thing in Game Maker with the way it does local hosted variables that I want to test it because it sounds interesting, but it's super fucking scary if it is the case. Which is, if I wrote var target here and then had a bit of code outside of this if check, it can still use that code. Because it's the way it's scoped should allow for it. And that is really scary to me. Because there's a lot of dangerous things that could happen if I tried to use that, but it's also so many errors could occur. But we shouldn't even be like testing things, regardless. So, how do I want to handle the bullet? I do have an answer for how I kind of want to handle the bullet a little bit, but I'm not too sure how I'm going to do the rest of it. Whoops, no, we want that. Weapon overlayer. Weapon parent, because we're just going to be lazy for a moment. Hardcode some of this and then we'll fix it in a sec. Target.x, target.y. No, it's by default it's duration, so we need remove duration equals, say, 2 seconds. And then owner equals self dot owner. Okay. And then speed will equal, just say 3 for now, but I might need to do something about that. Right, to get this function out, we need additional funcs 0 1 units, make it every 3 seconds for now, if fires. Unit type, args. We need to add in self as an argument. Repetitions is -1. Trying to think how I want to, like, Because right now the issue is this time source isn't going to get removed, so it's just going to clog. So I want to quickly look up. If I can stop the time source from inside the thing. Because I could local host it, but then I am going to have to pause it externally, but then I'm going to have to do some stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I need to, I can't do the normal push like this. I'm going to have to make a unique time source thing. So we're gonna have to make fire. Right. T fire equals time source create time source game. Period we have as 3 seconds. Units is time source. See, this is how much I've automated, is I don't have to write out all of this every time I fucking do that. That's why I like this. Okay, so I need, time... No, I should just write in pause, right, and it gets it. This one. And then the value is self. I need to make sure I write self in this. Self T fire. Then I need, in here... func type dot cleanup on cleanup. Time source stop. T fire. Not stop. Destroy. There we go. So that's going to be the only way we can really effectively do this. That's fine. We need a sprite for this. Because at the moment this is just going to spawn a thing that doesn't actually have a collision box or a sprite. So I'm going to be naughty. Sorry, it's... Get rid of that. So this is the fun thing when it comes to, when you've got a wide enough project like this, sometimes you'll have some assets that you can potentially reuse. And no one's gonna fucking notice. Because... We'll try this. You can color it. So first we need with as well. To change, so which one's gonna be sprite 0? Is sprite 0 the shoot? Sprite 0. Yeah, so we'll have the idle as the default. And then SB, that one is the second one. And then we're going to have sprite hold equals weapon, whoops, weapon dot sprite 1. Then I'm gonna make a quick var. Sprite equals sprite sprite index. That's what it is. Sprite index equals sprite hold, and then sprite hold equals sprite. Nice clean swap. And then in here, because by default this is the step related function, we're going to have a check for it. So we have something that we should probably not normally do, but we might do. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I'm going to do what is, in a sense, a little cheat. Let me just double check how this variable presents. It should be 4 that I need. Yes. Okay. I want to see if this works, because this might be one of the cutest little cheats that I've ever done. We will see if this works, because is there anything I'm missing is the thing. Not that I can think of. I guess area size, the projectile doesn't need area size. This will also need to be changed where it actually spawns from, but we'll leave that for now. Because at the moment it will just spawn at the base. We need to change this to a specific spot. So we need to change a character to have this as their weapon. We need weapon 13 on a character. Hi, Iron Mouse. You happily help. Let's see if we crash the game, eh? I'll explain some of the little things that we've done. Again, I want to try and make it a bit better in a sec, but like this is just getting things working and running is the aim right now. We'll also get to see the icon in game. That'd be nice. When the project fucking loads, jeez. It's having a fucking bit of struggle today. So, let's see if our weird tentacle pea shooter thing works. So we need to switch to Iron Mouse quickly. So she should have, yep, it's the correct weapon on. Alright. Yes, we didn't have this correctly done. Okay, cool. Good start. I removed a value and never put a new one in its place. Because I am the big brain. Let's give them a 15-second duration for now. I know, it's literally the original value. I could have left it alone and it'll be fine. We'll sort it out shortly. "99 bugs on the... yeah. 99 bugs on the wall. Patch a bug. 107 bugs on the wall." Alright. God, that's such a fucking stupid icon. The hand reveal. I love that. Okay, that didn't work at all. Why did that not work at all? Need to remove... ah! So, that needs to be turned to false. Remove type needs to be turned to duration, because we actually changed it. And we'll need to change how crit's handled as well. Again, it's just the process of going through and actually putting in the stuff that we need. Hanabi! No, just... Okay, it's kind of working. Cooldown needs to be substantially longer. And the duration could probably go up later. It was kind of working how we wanted to, though. And you couldn't tell that that was a reused icon, could you? Or a reused asset for the projectile. Not easily, anyway. The cheating. The cheating begins. Why redo an asset when I've already got it? Okay. It's kinda working. Hmm. One, two. One. Not bad for... Oh, you know, it needs to be nerfed. Like, I'm 100% gonna say this now. It is way too strong. I'm just trying to figure out... Doesn't seem to be working quite the way I wanted it to. So I think I got the number wrong? Ooh, there's a bit of lag. Okay, so there's a few time source things that aren't getting cleaned up correctly, it looks like. Let's try that at 5 instead. Area hold equals... How do we set those stats up again? I want to see. It should be in weapon parent scripts. No. Player constructors. Yeah. There we go. Do that for the moment. And And yoink this. Self dot area hold. Okay, so that's gonna make the projectiles larger. The spawn point of the projectiles can be self X and then self Y plus underscore self dot image Y scale. No, that's sprite height. Divided by 1.1. Actually, no, just do it as good old times 0.9. See how that works out for it. Let's see in a moment. So what else was I seeing? So let's try this out then. Keeping in mind this weapon is going, it has to be nerfed because the damage is way too high for how consistent it's going to be. Oh, it needs to be plus. That's my bad. Not plus, minus. I'm also going to probably remove the size scaling from this. We'll see. I don't know. Do we want to see, like, giant tentacles? I think giant tentacles would be funny. They're not doing the cleanup the way I want them to. So this part's not seeming to trigger quite the way I want. I feel like this is... So we need to have is greater than or equal to 5? Is that what we need? Because there's another way I could do this, but that's just getting very convoluted. This was just a simple way of doing it that I thought was going to work. Let's try that. Because it should be... Yeah, it does it twice. Sometimes more. Clearly not doing a cleanup thing, like this correctly. Also, that's probably why the damage is wrong. Because the damage is getting double scaling. Shouldn't actually be affecting it. The base value is probably just wrong, but it shouldn't be getting that because it's thing. But it's not. This weapon's also not getting any crit, I believe. Which is definitely an interesting thing. Funk type other. That doesn't get triggered anywhere but when I expressly call for it, right? Yeah. This is actually incorrect now. I believe. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm just gonna just Control K that out. Sorry, I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out why that frame isn't getting there. Or like why it's looping over sometimes. Because if I have it as 4, it's gonna just random swap, isn't it? Because the other one also has 4 frames, or is that the problem? Is that because I thought it was as it's 0 to thing, right? The first frame is frame 0. Yeah. Okay. This is not making any sense to me. It feels like it's not correctly getting the image on, like, the image index. For me. So this means I'm gonna have to do the more convoluted way. Not happy about this. Okay, put it out the way for the moment. Okay, so what was the value I need now? Step event, remove frame. This. So this should work correctly now. Maybe it's because the frame count's weirdly different. Yeah, that works fine now. Let's just quickly add another thing here that's just going to make things look nicer. The most famous bit of GameMaker code, depth equals -y. Genuinely, by the way, this is actually not a joke. That's probably quite easily one of the most commonly used piece of code in the entire GameMaker engine. From my experience. Want to see what it does? I can be over and under. I think the only complaint I have is the way they disappear is they're just very sudden. And because the timing is right, they basically plink in and out of existence. if I was being more conscientious, I would play a rupture animation and then probably reverse the rupture animation. On duration end. That is a big ass tentacle. Okay. Oh, I don't use speed hold on them correctly. Okay. That's fine. That's why the projectiles look really slow, weirdly. It's because the game pauses and there's no speed hold value that's correctly added. Cat, you're gonna fucking strangle yourself. Stop. Okay, the game is lagging. I'm not cleaning up correctly, I think. I do want to see one thing. Okay, that does work that way. Cool. So with the lag, I have two ideas as to why it's lagging. Yeah, it's huge time source issuing. Like, it's technically, my console's still not registered that the game's closed. There we go. If we remove this, does that get less laggy? Gotta take a bit of time because I gotta go wait till built up enough, and I still need to fix that. It's fine. Game's seeming not to lag as much. Yeah, I think I knew what the issue is, and I think this has solved it. It's a really strange issue that is very unique to what I have, because of the design of the game that we have. Yeah, no, we're not getting anywhere near as much lag as we was getting at this point. Okay, so I'll explain it, and it's really fucking weird. Why does destroying it cause more lag? Because this is getting pushed to an array where the values, where like it gets paused from. That's where I do all my pausing. What's happening is because it's stopping then deleting it, it's leaving that spot in the array alone because I don't have cleanup for removal process. It does its removal process. However, it removes on stop. So what I'm doing by just having the stop here is that the system will clean itself up correctly. There's an argument to be made. Maybe I should add a catch case in case the time source breaks like that. But that's why overall we were having a lot less lag and we had a lot less time source errors here because the time source wasn't getting deleted. So yeah, it's a very unique case problem for us in this situation. Now, the issue we had is that we don't want actually to be setting the speed value here. We want to set the speed hold value because of the way I've got code done. This means that if we get a pause, it will fix the speed. If the speed is basically the short answer is if it's not paused and the speed doesn't equal speed hold, it will equal speed hold. So that will mean that if I just put speed hold 3, it will work. I want to change this at some point, but I don't really see a good answer. I don't think I'm going to have it level up from speed anyway. Like, level up the speed here. The size doesn't really matter. Amount, I do like the idea of the amount being one of the big upgrades. However, I'm actually going to remove a cooldown reduction from the level up effects. And add duration instead. I'm going to lower the damage upgrade here. Because we're already actually getting a lot of damage across the board. Then here, I'm also going to add more duration. And here, I'm also going to add one more. And then I'm actually going to lower the base size a little bit. Keep in mind, though, the size was a lot larger than it should be because we were playing as Iron Mouse, which has Speak of the Devil as her item by default, which was probably giving us, like... I mean, I can launch the game and really quickly see how much health it was giving us. How much area, sorry. Oh, by the way, hit the values for that with a bit of a hammer. They're feeling a lot better now. I based them... Because turns out... so that one was based off of Swarm's Alawi passive. The values are actually on here for Leona's passive, on what it scales with. So I use this as a reference point. Which was actually interesting because, yeah, like reading those values, it's like, ooh, so this is why it's calculated the way it is. Clearly, health regen a lot lower is because health regen's a lot less common. Armor being fairly decent, but it's also a highly sought after stat as it is on Alawi. So, but yeah, how much area? 115% base. Okay, so, I mean, it's not actually that much. So let's move the projectile spawn down and to the right a little bit, I think. Because I'm still going to probably just spawn it like this. But, like, I'm thinking this scaling overall's fine Oh my god, okay, there's already a lot more of these than I probably want, so I'm probably gonna hit the cooldown reduction, the cooldown rate total, make it higher, base. Because at level 3 giving you this much power is probably a bit much. Ooh, that was a little lag there. Because like this is going to be insane how much power this is going to give now. Yeah, no, we're hitting the cooldown with a fucking mallet. Okay. I'm fine with the duration, I'm not fine with the cooldown. Because I have no cooldown rate. This is not how many tentacles you should have base. But yeah, I like the icons in game. Looking a lot nicer. I'm okay with an excessive amount of tentacles. I'm not okay with the cooldown of this being this high. It's fucking funny though. Okay, so we said we're gonna hit it with a sledgehammer. Do we think downtime is what we need? Yes, I think it's downtime is what we need. So until you hit level 2, 3, 4, 5, you have downtime with the weapon. This is actually rough because this means it's going to be 25 seconds into the run before you actually get your cooldown. So I might need to do something about this. We'll see. 10 seconds without a weapon. Do I think that's okay? No, I don't think it is actually okay. I think 10 seconds without a weapon's too long. Because again, like, we have to look at the base number and then we have to think about the scaling. It can be over 20, but I don't think it should be that. I think it should be just like 22-second cooldown base. Maybe we put it at 20 seconds, but we reduce the base duration to like 10. Actually, in fact, at that point, I can probably pull this down to this. And that feels way probably safer. So instead of every 3 seconds, let's do every 2.5 seconds for that. So it means that theoretically by base it fire... no, actually, I actually like the idea of this only firing twice, maybe. So it fires theoretically 2 times per thing. Let's pull the value to instead 4.7. This way it guarantees initially it will fire twice. Gives us a little bit of a buffer room in case of lag. And then it means it'll scale better. We could just do 4.5 actually, yeah. So 2 shots per base tentacle. Do I think that that's... I think that's a lot weaker. Because it would be... It was 3 seconds on a 15 thing. So that's what, 5 shots per tentacle instead before? With no downtime. In fact, it had a little bit of duped uptime. This only increases by damage, so it's fine to test it like this. First tentacle spawns around when enemies spawn. 5 seconds. Keep in mind, we're probably going to slap spawn rate a little bit, and we're going to have a bit better of things. See, now I feel like I can raise the damage, which is the concern I had. So now we make the base damage like 8. And now I can make the scaling of the damage much higher. So now this weapon has really, really good scaling, but it's very, very different in terms of its power by what would normally be the case. Cool. We needed to get the positioning different, right? So it was sprite height needs to come down a little bit, and X needs to be plus self. Oops. Dot sprite width times point 2. See if that position feels better. Keep in mind that the X is middle as it is, so we need to take in consideration we're moving from middle, so 0.2 is technically 0.7 in terms of positioning. Well, almost. So it does spawn about the 10-second marker, which again is good. Do we think that's right? It could come down just a touch more. Yeah, needs to come down just a little bit more. Very, very small amount, but I think otherwise it's good. I like this because it means that, again, we don't have to be flipping the tentacle. We could, but I actually like the idea of having the tentacle as is. Because it means that we can make these magic numbers a bit more magic. Don't like doing that, but you do what you do. Still a little high. Okay, we can pull it to 7.7. And then we'll... What do we want? I don't think there's much else I want to change on this, right? Oh, there's one thing I do need to change. To ensure that the values go to the right locations. Yeah, that's good. We don't need to be precise, we just need to be close enough. Because I'm guessing, yeah, it's just coming from weapon parent. I need to remember what value I'm changing. Name. It's just name. Cool. Cool. That should be everything we need to do for now on that weapon. So now, this thing is functioning completely differently and is it's a completely different weapon and it's way fucking better in my eyes. Makes it way more unique, interesting gameplay around it, and it means that I can do a few more different things moving forward. So this leaves us with a situation of now the next thing to work on would be Sakura Storm's icon, because that hasn't been done yet. So this is what I have. I'm going to scrap this because I don't like this. I have a very different idea that I want to go with. Let's play around with some of this stuff to have a look, see what people have got. I'm hoping for a specific angle, but I'm doubtful that someone's done it. Because, like, why would you do that specific angle? It would be really cool. Alright. Okay, so it was very generic, which is good for me. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I'm already starting to, like, I know I'm starting to get more quiet and quieter. And it's just because, as I said, I'm very tired from everything this weekend. Actually surprised I've gone for the 4 hours. Thought it was going to be a shorter stream today, but you know. I've just been... That's what my weekend has been as well. It's just like a lot of that. Of, oh, well, I mean, I should probably take a bit of a break. No, I'll do that later. You know what I could do right now is this. Proceeds to rewrite the entire code. So that, something like that. Okay. Alright, and then I'm just going to add a little bit of shadow to this to ensure that it's a bit more obvious where the coiling is. Da. What do we think? For a quick sketch together? I need to recolor the blade, but I think that looks nice. I kind of like the colors that this offers. There we go. Now, I want to stress, there's an argument being made, oh, this looks really messy over here. I actually want the rest of the fucking stuff to look a bit more like that, I'll be honest. So I actually really like the roughness that this has. So I'm going to see if I can do something about that. Give it a little bit more pizzazz. There we go. That looks way nicer. Okay. I honestly don't think I changed that in any way. So now we need to export that. It's different enough from the other swords as well, because this is the thing, is I want them to look unique enough to not be like, oh, well, that's just the same as this weapon, right? So no, it looks different. So where the fuck is Sakura Storm again on the list? It was down, wasn't it? It's Hanabi. That's Ball of Yarn, which is the last one, right? Oh, the last one of the originals. Truckcon, Idol, Hand Reveal, Lantian, Aura Slash, Sakura Storm. Here we are. Boom. Sakura Storm has its icon in now. Oh, we are about like 3 weapons away from the ones that actually have assets to being done. Then there's one more weapon that's not on that list that needs to have stuff, which is Butterfly Blade. Butterfly Blade. Try and say that 5 times fast. Because at the moment that is just using my inbuilt slash. That's just a filler and a generic icon. So that does need work. I mean, the weapon itself hasn't actually been done. As you can look here, has no level up. So that needs to be fixed. Okay, sorry, I'm now like on the state of I have to figure something out. So, sledge over it. I don't know if this sprite I'm gonna change. Honestly, I kind of like it being shitty and janky like this. Might give it a little cleanup. Truckcon needs a lot, and Yarn Ball needs to be reworked. Full stop. So... And sledge over it, I have to be careful because again, I don't want to infringe on any copyright things. And it's a bit more weird when it's another game. I just want to pay homage to it. Oh my god, sorry, I just saw something from fucking Vebe and Silver Wolf talking, or Silvervale, sorry, god damn it. Which it's as questionable as you might think. Yes, I am looking at Twitter right now, such as me. I just saw something though that's fucking funny. Ultron is easily the best villain in the MCU. My man spent 5 minutes on the internet and decided the human race needed to go. Man, like, found out about TikTok and is like, you know what? I don't think one asteroid's enough. God damn. Actually, yeah. Alright. I have gone for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna call it here because I do need to rest a bit today. Like I said, getting up for Aura's 1 year tomorrow, which is at 4 AM for me. So, gotta be up even earlier than I normally would be, so I'm gonna go to bed even earlier than I normally do, and promise that I don't do an excessive amount of work between now and then. I expect by the end of this week I'm probably going to have the majority of all the assets I need done, because the benefit we have moving forward is once the weapons are done, items typically are just icons. There's not that many items that actually introduce an additional sprite to themselves outside of that. In fact, if we look at the thing, there's one. And that's the one that needs a reworking anyway, so. Because, like, Mothaholic technically does have a sprite, and it's somewhere else hosted. Light of the Depth doesn't. Forgotten Poem does not. Speak of the Devil will not. Demon's Blood, no. It's actually, when we hit abilities again, we're going to hit a lot more sprites that need to be done, because there's sprites that need to be done for some of the things, the objects for those, because there's a few of those that are actually weapons, like, basically. Download RAM, no. Infernal Contract, no. Reflection, no. Technically, that does actually have a sprite. Technically. Because it's the Gura stuff. But, like, all of that's already in. So, yeah, it's just an icon. And, yeah, I need to go through and actually finish doing Grandpa's deck. Updated. I'm not looking forward to it, eh? Because it's... I want to mention, the reason why I'm so hesitant on it is because not only is it going to be a nightmare to update, there's about 2 or 3 different things in it that are systems that are unique currently to it and need to be updated. Res effects have been updated somewhat, but they still need a little bit more cleanup and work. That's an example. Yeah, death prevention effects. That's back when it was like manually done because there was only one in the game. Damage prevention. I haven't actually fully set that back up, I believe. So that needs to be worked on. And I don't even know how I'm handling that. So yeah, there's a lot that needs to be done moving forward. Again, this is why I mentioned, like, I feel really bad that Mary is one of the more, like, wacky characters but has just been shafted because of how complex it kind of became behind the scenes and how buggy it is. So I want to keep him as he is pretty much now and just clean him up. Because I don't want to downplay his complexity. I think the individuality that his kit offers is really cool, but it needs to work. Is the short answer. What also needs to be introduced correctly is how passives are going to run. Currently, they're not running the way that they should be. And that's what needs to be worked on. But that's something that I will be sorting out very shortly. Oh. It's actually really easy to sort that out as well. I just need to make sure I'm not going to cause any data errors with some of them. So, with that being the case, I'm going to call it here for today. So again, no stream tomorrow, then we're back with Persona. If you're wondering why not going to the next South Park game, I want to get Persona done, and I'm pretty sure I can smash it through either this week or on the weekend maybe if I'm really desperate, something like that. I want to be done basically this week or at most next week with it. We've gone on for too long. And then we'll go to South Park, Fractured But Whole. So yeah. So with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.